Good morning. I am introduce you to an inconvenient truth on COVID-19 disaster in the USA and how it might have been avoided. And this was a continuation of a presentation of the methods and controls to avoid this, but in order to understand all, I think it's important to know how it propagates, how it appeared, and how all this mess has been created and how it might be stopped using bio-nano-engineered pandemic control. The initial presentation was related to a synergistic protection based on nano-bio-engineered structure able to terminate any pandemic, and relates on my experience in nuclear bioterrorism, hazmat protection and defense system, as well in nano-microtechnologies, physics, filters, air control system, and so on. If these controls were applied in USA, tragedy might have never have happened, and that it's important to understand. Using this technology, COVID can be stopped in 3 weeks is smart, and it just requires a 100 billion stimulus package as a nation level. I want to warn you from the very beginning that we are not addressing this movie for a Republican or a Democrat hating the other parties and believing that a dead one is a good one. A person who believes in planetary conspiracies, as QAnon and others, in constitutional freedoms in front of a pandemic. So if you believe that your snout is so important that you oppose wearing a mask or appropriate protective equipment and reserve the freedom to infect others, that is also not for you. And if you're a proud American who feels that truth is anti-American, anti-human against you, this movie is for sure not for you. Don't waste your time. This movie presents difficult cases, requires your unbiased thinking. Have a IQ over 80s and the capability of learning a lesson and adapt for the future. This movie shows the culpabilities as they are, but one have to understand that the entire US society is culpable for this. US education is at its base. The close connection between leaders, president, senator, representative, and their bases, no matter the party orientation, and some are guilty for provoking, the others for their indifference and incompetence, for hypocrisy, deception, and that is done for the sake of truth. How much do you love the truth? Do you able to think and spend some time in order to realize how the truth is? The goal of this movie is to present you the technological advances able to stop any pandemic in less than 3 weeks, terminate it in less than 6 weeks, which in the race for a vaccine have been almost completely forgotten as part of hierarchy of pandemic controls. The content is a forward, showing why this movie was made, what happened, and what were the consequences. An introduction showing what is known or supposed on virus appearance and its evolution into pandemic. It's very important to understand how COVID propagates, explain all the aspects of virally transmission with examples, because that will help you understand why some technological measures have been involved and what they are doing. Further details with respect to protection factor, retention characteristic, microfluidic effects are important to understand the role of mask and how much they protect you. Pandemic evolution and suppression with emphasis on critical features that have to be considered in a pandemic control. Now we stop at the essence, protection system, using a patented technology able to suppress the pandemic in the absence of any medical action in a very short time if coherently and smartly used. That doesn't exclude the use of other technologies of medical or GPS tracking, but it may work alone as well. Protection system efficiency against any virus or germ is discussed in relation with filter capability to retain nanoparticle in heterofluidic environments. Roots of the American deception and incompetence as the cause of this strategy is a part of discussion that is not pleasant but might not be avoided if you love the truth. A forward. The documentation base for this communication is presented with the details on a hierarchy of controls. How the ignorance and politicization of pandemic control drove to disastrous results we see now in the United States. Details on USA invented virtual ghostly control that disturb the protection measures and have the consequence the disaster and this high rate of death. Attempt to understand and explain USA fixation with vaccine, ignoring everything else. Exposure to early information and US administration inappropriate reaction is presented without understanding what was in fact the motivation for this. Images from Wuhan market initially supposed to be the source of epidemics, and presentation of initial blames formulated by different states classified most of them as conspiracy theories. Map of variants, mutants, and based on the Lanel study, what CDC did not public aerosolized transmission was kept secret, and why? So, what good competent leaders and lessons might have been drawn? These are hundreds of papers used of literature base, and most of the statements are based on the papers are not belong to us. We try to keep a non-political attitude. We published ourselves about 5-6 papers into scientific magazines, and we elaborated for patents addressing the COVID protection and based one of patents for aerodynamics and simulation of flight. In face of COVID-19, USA lost common sense, forgot the hierarchy of basic pandemic controls, and US radar of controls is ghost hunted. These are the faces of the most representative persons in the US medicine that lead to this disaster by their incoherent messages and the fact that they put their position and money first in spite of having verticality and stand for the truth. First, you need to stay safe and out of trouble in order to have plenty of time to immunize safely. That means have the time for vaccination. And this is what you have to do in order to stay safe. The user control, pandemic controls are known for 50 years. That means first you need to eliminate the threat. If you cannot, you need to substitute and to replace the hazard with a less dangerous hazard. But we can eliminate the threat. We may use engineering controls to isolate people from the hazard, and that is one of the most doable. We may use administrative controls to change the way the people work and live in order to minimize the interactions, and at last, to use personal protective equipment that is not among the most efficient, but still works enough. In face of COVID, as you have been told, US forgot, intentionally or not, the hierarchy of pandemic controls. And COVID, that it's a very complex structure, attacked US in a very hard way. So, forgetting the radar and common sense, the COVID becomes a political issue, was politicized, and you see the resemblance, political leaning map, where Republicans are in red and the Democrats are in blue, versus COVID infection rate map, where you see it's a kind of resemblance between the political and the infections. But there are some exceptions. The states on the shore and California have also higher population density, uneducated people, poor people, and harsh conditions. They got also infected by default. And this is a radar of controls. There are reasonable controls that propagates elimination by suppressing the propagation, and controls that are related to administrative measures by changing the style of work, the use of personal protection equipment, logistics in hospitals' bed, and increasing robustness to the organism in order to have less sensibility to the viral attack, and virtual controls, mainly invented and put in force by United States, that made a ghost hunter radar. So these are the real targets, and these are fictitious targets that are invented in the USA and with a high emphasis. Finally, USA performed very bad into this mission. The detail on this, you'll see that what you need to consider, and US didn't, is breathing. And in China, it was considered is a Chinese weight for these factors and how much importance they pay to them in the blue, and in the green is the doable proposed protection application by us. You have to have in mind that these are controls, and they add and contribute to the multiplication rate of the virus. So you need to consider that people are breathing, putting in air aerosols that are moved by air currents, and masks filter some of them, but not all of them. So the HVAC system are doing the same, and when deposited on surface on the skin, they pass through skin. So this is what we have to use to stop them and eliminate the danger. Well, we can use face masks, and we may use protective equipment as gloves and bodysuits. For administrative point of view, we use contiguous quarantine, we might have tests, we may use cell phone, GPI, and Wi-Fi connectivity in order to determine proximity and probability of other person contamination. we need to control the boundaries, the entry points in a state or a region in order to quarantine the sick person and test the healthy person. We may use social distancing, but if the effective protection equipment is used, distancing is not a must. We can do some approximation, and we don't need to close the economy as most of the states did in order to stay safe. We need to have good PPE resources, good hospital beds and ICU beds. That means to stop pandemic and no pandemic in order to get this occupied. And that can be done by increasing immunity. And the healthy economy is a concept that comes strongly into play in the USA and in our proposed detail, but it's a falsehood because it cannot be done with sick people. And thus the freedoms, vaccine and worse of death are invented by the USA during the politicization process. And that makes the situation in USA so tragical. Okay, now, falsehoods are falsehoods. Why do I put them as controls? So a falsehood that is a falsehood by default might not be a control, but in United States the people find a way to put these freedoms as a control and to put above the controls and disturb the controls. So the freedom of religion, speech, press, assembly was affected by wearing protective equipment, so they choose the freedom in front of the protection. Also, freedom from excessive bail, cruel, unusual punishment, and other rights have been interpreted somehow as their freedom to infect others by not wearing the protective equipment. This so-called control was very damaging to the application of the common sense control. And, well, the most important is these freedoms are not applied to dead people. A healthy economy is another falsehood because we put $1 first, and for gaining few dollars, everybody was eager to drop all the protection measures and exposed to the pandemic. Therefore, a healthy economy for a sick nation is false. It doesn't work anyway. Worse of death is a very controversial subject because from the rate of death, one white was equivalent to about 3 Hispanics and 4 blacks and other ethnicities. So might be interpreted as unintentional racial cleansing, but might not be true. In fact, these are exposed poor population that by default didn't get the right knowledge to protect themselves. More, the deaths appeared over 54 years, and that is 90% of the deaths. That persons being at that age are going on Social Security and are going on Medicare, but if he's dead, it will not use that money. So on this point of view, by reducing the life expectancy of the nation from 78 to 75 years, they saved that Social Security and Medicare by cost avoiding. This is very criminal action equivalent to a theft and is I'm not sure if that was a real motivation for promoting this pandemic by political and media, but it took a big chunk of population out, and that can be the result of saving 50 billions, and we cannot encounter the losses. All the hope was put in vaccine because that's a big business by a few selected, Pfizer, Moderna, and others, and it comes easy in American mind that flotilla of flying syringes may destroy virus by virus, and we need it's in part true, but we need. Well, what was in American minds that makes that fixation for vaccination so stronger and harder and so stiff as they ignore the basic controls and stay safe first and vaccinate later. So they bet that with $1 clause in a snout and free vaccine, they'll dodge the virus, and that is equivalent to playing a Russian roulette where they lost, and 550,000, more than 500,000, was going underground. And these are the real losers, and also used to get shots in the arm as lower shots for various happiness solutions, and upper shots doesn't matter, already in the knowledge. But thanks to US education, that produces a nation of dogs with muzzled nose. US exceptionalists failed at this basic test of the nature, and we lost the leading edge, but we may sit proud in the trailing edge. Well, how it happened? There were complaints from this guy, it's shameful, that it was not announced in advance. But information knowledge prediction to market was available since December, and data miner presented these issues to investors and politicians, but nobody seems to care, and China pandemics produced and they ignored it, and instead of using a learning curve and make the US pandemic by a factor of 4 to 10 smaller than in China, they prefer to do nothing until in the United States the pandemic started and exploded, and only then by March market reacts, and they were compensated by the with infusion of money and to make it go again, but that is just a casino. Is disconnecting from the main street that was doing bad and was registering a lot of losses. And this guy knew and was kept hidden, and he confessed to Bob Woodward in the book Rage about the dangerous and the propagation modes. And in fact, in his political stance, he already ignored all the pandemic controls. Well, everybody likes to put the blame in China on the animal market that, well, looks very hazardous. Live animals with dead animals with a lot of business, uncontrolled temperatures, natural products, all the kind are sold. Other guys put a conspiration theory of unproven hypothesis. Some they say that the virus was released by Fort Detrick. First manifestation was in vaping, strange disease and death, but Then this facility was demolished by 1219, and from here was descended into China. Other guys, like Trump and Pompeo, says that a bio research laboratory in Wuhan released the virus into Wuhan by escaping or intention, and from there it propagates. Unfortunately, this guy is the world leader as the president for record lies. More than 30,000 lies in 4 years. Who can put something on his word? Other studies, like Larnell, is studying how the variants appeared in various parts of the planet, and it seems that the United States has a large diversity of variants and virus routes from all the ranges. China has one or two variants, and Europe has a lot of all the virus, and from here they spread in all the world. So various China flu or Kung flu originated in China in the same manner Spanish flu originated in Spain, but this is a statement that is near conspiracy theory, and much we have to learn about. Well, when I mean that more studies are needed, I do not mean that we need data to come from politicians or from non-professional people talking on the news outlets. I am talking about data coming from phylogenetic analysis of assembled SARS-CoV-2 genomes, and that have to be determined by scientists and by bioengineers. This is the location, the timing, and the evolution of various clades of genomes of the virus. This is also a phylogenetic network obtained by SARS, and here is the bad connection. The length is so big that for common sense it looks highly improbable or less probable that the transition to be done directly from bats. And this is a genome, how this phylogenetic analysis is done, looking inside the genome composition. There are 3 variants. One is World Health Organization explanation that says, well, it comes from bats, distributed and mutated in various species of bats, and from various bats it turns to be transmitted to intermediary carriers like animals, and from animals to human, but in this case intermediate host is not known. And here is conspiracy theories. In January, China and Russia accused Fort Dietrich of working and studying the virus, and like a bioweapon, they had some escape, is unproven, but they suppose that that time president ordered that during the games in Wuhan to be delivered there, and from there it spread back as a boomerang shot, comes back to United States. Now, the other version is that the Wuhan lab is a bioengineering laboratory funded on international fund, United States paid to, may deliberately or not escape it into the Wuhan market and and in the town, and from there spread in all the world. Now, most recently, China asked for investigation at Fort Detrick. In the same way, the investigation in Wuhan laboratory took place, and they are looking for finding the real origins of this coronavirus. What is very troubling is that American people do not notice that people are breathing the same amount of air with or without mask. And if this person is contagious and is infected, there that it exhales might be contaminated. The mask have leaks, and therefore the mask is not totally filtered from the virus, so it escapes in surrounding air and it's airborne. And if the person lives or not, the plume remains, and if it contains COVID, it stays there in a dark clean air for weeks, waiting for somebody to breathe in and get infected. So the building has to deal with this COVID and remove from the area of inhaling air. Other stuff secret for Americans is that filters do not retain all. A mask is a speed stopper and a filter, and through a filter 5% to 1% pass through, and the COVID makes no exception. And when it passes through, it's spread in air similar to a smoke, is driven by air currents and can be easily shared. And that's why the air has to be sterilized by the building infrastructure. That has to be similar, their currents have to be similar with the clean room currents from ceiling to floor, moving the viruli down to the floor and then into the return duct and being sterilized, then to have a lot of turbulences and only in part to come down. But it's very difficult to eliminate the turbulences. Therefore, anything from this to this is welcomed. And this is what CDC, in spite it knows, didn't communicating to population. And I wonder why. Was a political influence? Was they were muffled, they were shut down, they have no verticality, and what matters for them is just maintaining their job and position. What are the lessons learned into this protective measure calendar would look like? So, if we considered data miner, not the Chinese, but our American company, December warning, we had to introduce between January 1st and 15 travel restriction, incoming with quarantine, PCR test, and the sick people put in appropriate housing to prevent spreading the virus. So outgoing have to be reduced at maximum. That was not done. Implement a cell phone, GPS, Wi-Fi, proximity detection and exposure tracking in order that when we find the guy that is infected, to know who might he have been infected in the past by using this function. Not for tracking ordinary American day-to-day shopping or whatever they do. In order to keep safe an area, we need to control the border with temperature, oxygen, pulse rate measurement, and eliminate in a gentle manner, not abusive or shameless manner as the United States did, the sick person, quarantine and allows them to access medical assistance. Provide by same time 100 billion in stimulus package to small and large business to provide protective equipment suitable for the virus and modify building ventilation, including UVC and chemical sterilizer unit, and to make of descendant flows in the room, as I showed before. Well, when a case is signaled in a community, entire community have to wear protective equipment for 2 weeks and eliminate the nearest border transit infections, activate exposure tracking, and apply immune system alimentary boosters, so-called alimentary supplements. They also have to develop a suitable vaccine and start vaccination, but will be no stress and no hurry because the population will be 99.9% healthy. If that might have been resulted, and have United States will do, we had less than 10,000 infection and less than 10 people dead, and might have been a planetary example, and those consolidating our leadership by example, not by destruction. This was never applied in the Western world due to the Caucasian mindset. They tried to cheat through their way, and that was wrong. An introduction to this subject is to show how pandemic started in the US and what the president knew at that time and what he did, and that's important for you to connect the dots. Misleading statement was resulted in 550,000 deaths and counting, and over 4 million persons infected and had injuries, spending a month or two fighting COVID. We need to understand the IQ differences and increasing US destructive role and xenophobic politics, and nationalistic swing and alternative realities. COVID-19 infection cases as a function of IQ level of various nations is important to analyze, but might not find a simple solution to that. IQ test reliability analysis in the context of COVID-19 exam will be very interesting to have a lesson learned and draw some conclusion. We will also have to look at degradation of medical system under the last Republican administration that is no more Republican, it's just a gang prone to undo what the Democrats are doing and not working for American people. Chest X-ray radiography similarities between the strange vaping EVALI and COVID and look similar. Structural complexity of SARS and look howlers. What happens after you have been infected with COVID and you defeated the disease? Flimsy, confusing CDC protection norms communication with population done under political pressure, and the leaders of CDC lack of verticality. CDC ignored or to explain correctly mass leak usage, the aerosol problem, and in the United States pandemic was thriving, and legal aspects of the disinformation with result in a death and injuries. Maybe someone will connect the dots. Well, as I pointed out, the COVID disease exploded in China and was detected there in Wuhan by November-December. In December, data miner informed the investors about the possibility of having the pandemic in the United States, and it informed how it spreads. Also, White House in January 28, as Trump declared to Bob Woodward knew about that even from the presidency of China. And he knows that masks are important. Without masks, the spit and aerosols are traveling far in the air, about 6-9 feet in 10 seconds, and the transmission is increased by not wearing the mask. And as he declared in a recorded book, the situation was tricky. COVID goes through air and is deadly. And the more deadly, the more strenuous as ever of any other flu. And that is what in fact happened. And in his words, there were a lot of people that get infected because he decided to minimize and downplay the pandemic and COVID by a campaign of deception and inappropriate protection instruction issued by CDC. For example, Dr. Fauci says no reason to be wearing a mask if one is healthy, and was misused out of context because he deliberately did this lie to the public in order to prevent public from buying N95, that is average protection dust mask, and reserve it to inappropriately protect the first responders. And we put America first. We had more than 1,000 dead per day, about at a peak about 3 9/11 each days, and there were a lot of losers that lost their lives, and they saved a lot of money from the state by cost avoidance from Social Security and Medicare. And if we had more 4 years of Trump, we may balance the budget, obtaining up to 5 million dead. Well, disinformation on COVID had grave consequences, and up to now are more than 550,000 American citizens dead. And King Trump was the main single largest driver of coronavirus misinformation, as the study shows. Also, the fake news and real fake news, hateful news outlets like Fox News that are preaching a lot of misinformation and a lot of hate and bad science to their audience that makes them don't believe in anything the government and the democratic governors are saying, from wrong treatment with hydroxychloroquine, and they made a hysteria. This guy has no studies but was a good anchor, and by wrong statement from Trump's Fauci mascot that says, well, he is a great promoter, he can promote any lie and any crap if his job is at stake, and from by sustained by ex-GOP that was great all party that had a metamorphosis into the GOT, that stands for Gang of Trump, a bunch of opportunists that try to keep in power and opposed to anything as the party is doing. And these are the faces of the promoters of coronavirus, and by these super spreaders, they succeed to kill so many people. Well, when one tries to see how the countries are staying on IQ, there is important to note that China is about 104, US is about 98, and there are a lot of other states And if one looks at the population point of view, we may see that China alone have more people with IQ over 120 than the entire US population. And in order to maintain our leading role in the world, we need to move the general public IQ from the average of 98 as is now to about 130 in order to obtain a leading edge over China from the intelligence of education of people. But US tries to balance the difference by military power and phobia, tools that resulted in recent a lot of negative consequences. And instead of moving up the education of the American people, because most of the basis conservatives, they are conservative because they have low IQ and difficulties of learning and adapting to the new changes. In spite, with their GOT, they have nothing left to conserve and no value is left behind that be unbreached. Well, that is because for United States it's impossible to accept that we already lost a leading role in the world and we need to adopt a multipolar world order, keep cooperating and recovering our national education in order to recreate a leading edge. Well, now if you look at IQ histogram and relate that with COVID and how COVID propagate per 1 million or 100 people, we will see that the United States maintains a leading role in COVID, while and the same are doing most of the Caucasian dominated states, while the really smart countries of over 100 IQ succeeded to keep a very low COVID signature, and that is Macau, China, Japan, Singapore, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. And the other countries maintain a high infection rate. There is a bunch of countries that, in spite of very low IQs, they are classified, many African countries and South American, they still have a very low infection rate, and the world average is also lower than most of these countries. This means that IQ and COVID are not directly responsible for the COVID infection rate, so they are not matched perfectly. You see that when you put in zones of IQ and zones of infection, the countries that have high IQ are moving down into a little lower infection rate, while the real IQ in COVID calculated is making the countries with average IQ to move up, that these countries that have low IQ, basically when you apply corrections to IQ due to the COVID test, they are moving up and there are some natural conditions favoring this. The low-medium IQ zones remains constant with the COVID correction, and that is the COVID-corrected IQ versus official listed IQ. And the countries that had previously a high IQ trend to move down, and from the zone they were assigned into a lower real IQ zone being unprepared for the natural COVID test, and only countries like high IQ as China, Taiwan, are coming to move a little bit down as Hong Kong and Taiwan, but not as much. So the previous IQ curve was good for very high IQ and low IQ. Ultra low IQ and the middle IQ zones were not matching, and that means they were made mainly feel for the white people to feel comfortable. Well, some guys said, well, who cares? Because during previous viruses, a lot of people died and nobody cared. And why to care so much about COVID? And this was a Republican point of view, and if we analyze the influenza disease burden by season in the United States, we see that we have initial high figures when the influenza took us by surprise. Vaccine was not matching the disease, but in the next year it decreased, so the medical system positively adapted. And so it did under the last 4 years of Obama, where H1N1 and influenza was reduced year by year. When Trump and Republican administration came in power, they tried to dismantle everything was previously done, good or bad. So they dismantled the medical system with a rate of 5 times faster than it was built. And COVID took the administration by surprise, was more deadly, and simply exploded into loss of lives and infections. Previously, we had something strange happening in the United States. Summer 2019, a e-vaping called EVALI illness suddenly appeared, made big lung infections, and people died very quickly out of that. And that was developed in conjunction with THC and was put on E-vitamin acetate, used as a scapegoat, and nobody further analyzed what happens. For sure, they will not find the COVID antibodies. As you observe, the COVID-19 is a very complex structure and has spikes that helps penetrating the cells, have a shield that made the proteins and have the genome inside. In total is about 200,000 biocode instructions, and it's a very complex one. It's also big compared to 30-40 nanometers. The previous influenza viruses, its diameter is varying between 40 to 140 nanometers, as it can squeeze or can be a spherical shape as shown in the picture. And I don't enter too much into its complexity, but you see from here there are various levels of interactions, and you need to look at its efficacy and the rate of infections, and from about 100 person who is infected, one in 100 is dying, is very effective as a virus. For those who are getting healthy after having the disease, the COVID disease, some of them remains with symptoms, and they are called long haulers. And here are about 100 types of symptoms that have been experienced by the guys who were recovered, and they are not nice at all. Have a lot of complications from low blood oxygen, fatigue, muscle, body aches. These are the probability of occurrence. Spend more time and stop the movie and look for each of them if you are interested in that. Well, CDC give a very sloppy guidance from the very beginning, from famous Fauci, don't need to wear a mask if you are healthy, but ignore the asymptomatic guys that believe they are healthy while contagious, and to put something on snout, and not all the fabrics are good. You need to have a good filter, but breathing will go around the mask, so you need to make a compromise. And they basically fail to show that you use the mask for adjusting the speed range in the same way you use the beams at a car. Uh, they didn't explain the leakage in the mask, and that's wrong. N95, it's a bad filter, is not appropriate for a respirator, a surgical mask in the context of COVID-19 virus. Well, with these failures of the CDC and all the federal organizations, NIH and White House, they, in spite the movies and the science shows that masks are not protected completely, even they are used, and how they used, United States managed to maintain high rate of infections, and only a few countries were succeeded to terminate pandemics, and that was China, New Zealand, and some Asian countries. United States maintained because not all the people wearing the mask, so about half a population wearing the mask, because otherwise the other half have political issues and following Trump administration misleading knowledge. And they don't consider mask leakage effect. So efficacy of the mask and the population put United States somewhere here when the COVID was thriving. And for many US guys, infecting other person seems to be a constitutional freedom, but it's not. And they ignore that when a mask leaks around, individual protection is compromised, and how to use the mask for a distance. Well, COVID-19 color map is another fictitious idea, and in spite it put some incentive in place, it acts like a PID control loop, and this is how it works. It is the preset value that was to be stabilized if is conscientiously known by the governor and medical staff or known, but for New Mexico this was established at then it says that is good to have 9 COVID deaths per month and about 250 infections. And here is how it works. After it goes into green, the exposure is increasing, so it will go back into red, and then the measures will apply restrictions and exposure will decrease and will go back towards green. But meanwhile, this is the average value that is constantly maintained. And based on calculations, we realized that we had about 8 deaths per day in New Mexico and 200 infections per day. Deaths are a little delayed from the infection because it takes about 2-3 weeks for a person infected to die. But they admitted that because nobody cares really in the United States about life or death of the connationals. And for the United States, this means 35 deaths per day at 3,500 infections per day. That also considered a good figure for Americans. Well, COVID misinformation is killing people, and that is the bare truth behind. And if somebody else does that, it will be a subject for justice, and the justice have to be applied as a criminal violation in general who engages in conduct and convey false or misleading information. And that is what Trump did since February to January 2021, where such information may be reasonably believed. And that is subject for imprisonment, fines, and applying the laws. But United States pretends to be a state of laws. In reality, there is a Democrat and a Republican law, and both are in opposition, and there is no real law if you don't have enough money. How COVID propagates is a subject for the next chapter. And in the next chapter, we'll discuss the mask effect in limiting virus propagation, mask filtration effect, and shielding protection factor. We'll calculate the need for protection and how much protection is needed for being safe, probability of infection wearing various masks, diving suits as an alternative protection to the full body PPE, how face masks are made, aerosol propagation through the face mask, wind and airflow effect in aerosol transmission, face mask and air leakage effect while exhaling, virus transmission in a grocery shop is an example of how it goes, and the face mask air leakage while inhaling effect, and face mask air leakage effect while exhaling and inhaling. How the virus is propagating from between two persons that both are wearing a face mask. And virus transmission through skin, virus transmission through lungs, and transmission models and protective measures. Virus transmission to emergency responders in airplanes and hospital. Aerosol accumulation in closed spaces, and aerosol transmission open spaces breaches. Virus transmission in kindergarten hallways and transmission in schools. All are hot subjects one needs to know, and here they have plenty of examples. From the point of view of mask effect, mask in fact is a speed range reducer, so it reducing the speed from 6 feet down to half a feet. And the contamination range can be calculated by making the surface in various plans, X, Y, Z, for the spit and aerosolized plume containing virioli, and calculating the volume. The calculated mask, so-called collective or mutual protection efficiency, we make the ratios between the volume without mask to the volume with mask, and that will give us the best information. And there is a lot of science behind it. Even recently, Florida Atlantic University and College of Engineering and Computer Science make a study and film the mask leakage effect, and was analyzed various type of mask. But from the point of view of filters, mask as a particle stopper that involve personal protection when inhaling and mutual protection when exhaling, We make the difference between volume mask or depth filters and surface filters that have a sharp particle size cutting curve, but has also a low volume of particles that it can be retained until clogged. And this is how the deposition of filters occurs. The values in decibels are taken from for convenience to represent the mask, because otherwise we need to think in enrichment or depletion factor that involves the figures at high power and many decimals, as 10 to minus 6, 10 to minus 8, or 10 to the 8, 10 to the 6 as for enrichment. But here is an example. If you sell a composition of particles red and blue at ratio 22 to 12 as the initial concentration, we calculate the enrichment or depletion factor as final concentration over initial concentration, and that will give 22 over 12 divided by 4 over 30. And that will give a 13.75 factor for enrichment and 0.072 periodic repetition for depletion of red particles. So protection is acquired only for virioli depletion. So we need to have less virioli here than they have been exhaled. And even dilution may act as a protection factor, because by expanding the volume and mixing with the air around, the dilution occurs, and the 1 to 100 volume ratio gives you a minus 20 decibels dilution. N99 masks provide, when well used, these protection factors about minus 20 decibels, while N95 are about minus 13, and about the same as the example we have given, and that is minus 378 decibels. That is what is acquired in virioli depletion. Well, for a medical staff, if a person is immersed in a room for a day, it uses about 10 meters of 10 cubic meters of air in 24 hours. So the atmosphere is well affected, 15% oxygen, 5% carbon dioxide, nitrogen remains constant, humidity is increasing to 100%, and temperature remains almost normal. And with a contamination of 10 droplets per cubic millimeter, each droplet contains 1 virioli, a physician to submerge in this atmosphere needs about 110 decibels at minimum to stay safe, and that is just for a minute. And if it wants to stay more, it needs to increase the protection factor more. Well, this is a distribution of probability of getting infected using this kind of protections, and for 14% decibels as N95, at 25-30 exposures, one can get sick, while for 18% decibel, as in N100, you need about 80 exposures to get sick. Diving equipment is a solution, because what basically you need to have is to have a bell over your head supplied with fresh air in which to breathe and to release the air out. That can be done by crazy super arrow rebreather system made for special application, and we self-contained breathing apparatus containing a safe air source is full body personal protection equipment, and this is a various versions of protective equipment one may need to dive in a patient room in a hospital. Here is how the masks are made and how the masks are used as an individual protection tool. Most of the face mask has at least four ply of protection system. One have to be skin friendly and retain the virus. Another is high density filtering cellulose that stops the dust and particulates. An electrostatic absorption filtering cotton and polypropylene from non-woven fabrics. And there are many versions of face masks like this one, or respirators that gives particle protection. So an N95 gives you about 10% protection, while no mask gives you almost no protection. Well, as you can see, here is a movie made by Atlantic University and Computer Science and Engineering Department, and shows very clear how the air with vapor droplets pass through the mask, through clothes, through folded clothes are still passing and moving few feet away, and with respiratory cone that's kind of N75 or less, but is good enough to stop at about less than a feet exhaust air. In this movie, they show obviously that face shield is moving the exhalation air into lower part of the body, and about 1 cubic feet is expanded from about less than a quart what is exhaled per breeze event. So there is a lot of condensate, and all it was exhaled is remained in air, is airborne. And here is in the filter where it shows the atomization. That's an effect of microhydraulics, and that makes that bigger droplets to become smaller droplets that stay even longer in air. And here is how a homemade bandana is not good enough, and the masks are leaking nearby and all around the face. So keeping this in consideration, as you see the leakage of the mask in the bottom and the top in lateral sides. And when it is about a Koch or a jet plumb, it goes farther in air for about 8-10 feet, and even it passes through the mask and goes a feet or two, releasing more droplets than were previously stored. What is hard to understand for Caucasian race is that these are airborne, are particles under 50 microns and are a little bit larger than 50 nanometers, so 0.05 microns. And this remains in air for about a month, and the virioli are slowly dying under interaction with air pollutants and more energetic than ultraviolet radiation. Otherwise, they are well alive. In a room, you see the effect of wind, and is moving the plume in his direction is driven by air current. So when wind comes or air current comes frontal, it moves everything backwards. But what is exhaled remains there. And here is how AC ventilation has the speed distribution, and if a viriole was exhaled here, it takes longer until it moves and goes into the return duct. And it moves all the room from this chair to this and all around. And here is how the air passes through a door and moves in a water-heated hallway and inside the room. So if it's contaminated, the blue line will go up and will finally be inhaled by the lady. Well, more in detail, mask protection is suppressed by leakage. Well, this is a tough saying, but we'll do calculation and you will see why. So during exhaling, you will have, let's suppose, 60% passing through the mask being filtered, and the rest of 40% is distributed all around, up, down, and by sides. When you do the calculations, you will see that when you breathe through the mask, you will get a filtration. So this is what is leaking when initial exhalation is taking this distribution of aerosol particles. And this is the droplet size or particle magnitude that may contain viriole. If it's high contagious level, it's about 1 viriole per water droplet. So the dimension of the water droplets are varying from 100 nanometer or 0.1 micron to 1 micron, 10 micron, and 100 micron. As a function of dimension, they may float in air for a month, down to 10 days at 0.6 microns, and about 1 day for 1 micron, and a few hours, 10 minutes for 10 micron, and about 1 minute. The minimum falling time for very large droplets is about 3-4 seconds, but 100 microns, still floating, takes 9 seconds to fall about 4 feet. So, one man makes an exhalation of 10 liters per minute, and the exhalation is, in average, containing, so integral over these curves, give about 10,000 droplets per cubic centimeter, or about 10 million, about 100 million droplets per minute. Well, what I didn't tell you is that when somebody is coughing, the distribution is changed due to internal breathing pipes aerodynamics, and the maximum goes to 8-10 microns, even 20 microns. And when it's filtered, that is reduced down, but due to microhydraulics, atomization process occurs, and what was stopped here is transforming submicron particles like this with various resonances, and that is adding to the distribution in air. That is what basically escaped. This blue curve plus this brown dashed curve. And that mass droplet production by atomization. Well, when a person is highly contagious, may have ultra-high contagious, may have many virioli in one droplet. One is low-level contagious, they have many droplets without a virioli, while At highly contagious will be about 1 droplet per virioli. So in one mask, 1 minute exhaust, one will exhale about 600,000 droplets containing virioli and being filtered by the mask. And the exhale for 40% leakage will be 40 million. So in total, in 1 minute, we'll release 40,600,000 virioli. You see, 600,000 is 100 times smaller than 40 million. So the mask protection power is already lost by 100 times. So in a normal operation, full passing through, you'll get from N99 about 20 decibel, minus 20 decibel in protection. But if that leaks, as here, you'll get just minus 132 decibels, and that is a 100-time reduction in protection factor. This is a clear example of how contamination and how plumes are released in shopping areas that doesn't need the persons to be in proximity of each other. This gentleman has this trajectory in the shop watching for what to buy and is exhaling plums that are driven by air currents that are coming down on the cold shelf, and that remains and are driven in air. Here is time when he is moving inside, is not high speed. If you look in this chart, you have his heart rate and exhaling flow rate and inhaling flow rate. And this is the time in second for you exhaling 1 and exhaling 2 and exhaling 3, while he has inhaling 1 to 3 meanwhile. Inhaling 1, inhaling 2, inhaling 3. So inhaling is made at this level, while exhaling may vary the level. In another walking area, a lady is moving on this path and is exhaling the plumes. She is now here. But here, she intersects her trajectory with a contaminated gentleman, and she is inhaling in his plume. And when inhaling what he exhaled, she got the virus inside and get infected. And here is an example, just crossing the path, she may got infected from this gentleman that happens to be contagious. A mass protection is suppressed by leakage, and this is another example during inhaling, because I explained you already what happens when you exhale and happens to be contagious. Now, when you inhale, because the pressure becomes negative between the mask and face, the mask comes tighter on the face, and the leakage is reduced by 10%. So you now get 70% inhaled through the mask as a filter, and 30% by the nearby leakages. And the calculation shows that in 1 minute you inhale 70% of initial number, the 100 million. That gives you about few thousand, about 700,000. And 1 minute it was supposed that you go through the exhalation in a filter situation, and you get 30% as it is, and you get 3 times the amount you put in air. That means finally, instead of minus 20 decibel, you will get about 1.73 decibels. That is pretty low, is a snow mask. Well, the transmission is possible to be done from one person, infected person, exhaling through his mask and to another person inhaling through his mask. So if the transmission is made directly, 10,000 virioli, 10,000 virioli per cc will be filtered to about 100 virioli per cc because 99% are retained and they are diluting in the air in the 6 feet behind the person, keeping social distancing, and become about 30 virioli per person. But the next mask does not have the same power of retention because these are already low particle magnitude droplets under 0.6 microns, and N100 is not effective, so it's only 10% effective. That the person will have an intake about 27 virioli per cc. That is with no leakage. But when you have a leakage, you will make a lot of virioli per cc. 4,000, that will be diluted to about 1,000, and from here you will get 450 already inhaled. So with no leakage, the mask plus social distances give about minus 25.7 decibels. And with a previous leakage, you may get 1346 decibels, mainly due to social distancing. And at a minimum, one person, to be safe, it will need about minus 75 decibels. So you see all these numbers that are usually obtainable are very low compared with what is needed to really be safe. So in this distribution, you may take the chance of infection rate where 1 in 10 to be sick, and that will give a protection at minus 10 decibel because probability to encounter a sick person will be so low. And it is also the probability that the wind to blow from the infected person to the healthy person that will get infected. Well, watery droplets may condensate on the skin because the skin is hydrophilic, and the particles are so small as they are much smaller. This is the diameter of hair on the hand at a scale, and here is how big the COVID is at about the same scale. So a COVID is 500 times smaller than a hair, while the COVID is even about 100 times smaller than the pore size, minimum pore size. When it comes with a watery droplet, it stays here, and COVID goes down to the hair root and then passes into venous blood flow because that has a negative pressure, while entering the arterial blood flow is more difficult, but it goes by veins, and the first stop will be at the heart and then at lungs. And that is the way this infection is transmitted, by watery droplets condensating on the skin and passing through the pores. Well, skin is a shield, so that will give you a protection about minus 20, minus 30 decibels, because In the journey from the surface to the blood vessel, many unpleasant things may happen to the viruli and kill it. They got in chemical solutions and sweat in odors that will annihilate the virus and will make ineffective. Well, the transmission we showed here is shorter the exhale range, the higher transmission is, but the masks are shortening this exhale range so that transmission is dimmed. And we need to sterilize the exhale air. So the exhale air remains. If we need to sterilize, see, it's like a ghost in the air. We cannot see it in normal light, but in sun and cold weather when the condensate occurs. But that is what we have to do to stop the transmission by using the breathing, from breathing out, the breathing in. The building has to sterilize the air in order to stop it. Now, once again, how virus is transmitted, and that's important to know because knowing that is how it can be stopped. So, from an infected person, you go to close contact, and the person you are talking to is covered in your spit, and you are covered in his spit, and that covering and washing in the other person's spit we used to call socializing. And then is by inhalation or spray, so that is the way it goes here. By expiration, evaporation in airborne context, so you exhale here and goes through air and is inhaled. And by deposition on surfaces, and you will touch it and you will introduce directly or indirectly through diffusion through the fingers or passing it at mouth, nose, by touching it into the body. And to stop it, you use mask system for close contact and air sterilization. And you need to control airflow for the indirect inhalation and cover the skin surfaces, sterilize the furniture and other surfaces you may touch, and you may apply all together and even get a synergy out of that. Here is an example, because the airline sustains that the airplane is absolutely safe to fly even in crowded planes, but that's not true. The lateral contamination happens even to the persons who are in the first responder force. So a person sick here has air loop that forms between the bodies, and it will inhalate the virioles through its mask. Also, in a hospital, the first responders are subject to exhalation of the sick person, and they inhale the little bit diluted plume, and the mask cannot filter exactly. If they breathe here in the plume, they will get it. And that is the way 4%, up to 4% of first responders got sick because inappropriate respiratory system. In this condition, this full body PPE is what is recommended to stay safe, and not this apparently protective suit, because you are dealing with nanometer large particles, not with dust. Well, in closed spaces and enclosure, exhaled gas is accumulating, and is easy to compare it with the smoke. And that is what, if you'll have the capability to see in offices and rooms, that is how the distribution of these droplets will appear if you will possible see the nanoparticles in that environment. And that is why social distancing and masks do not work in rooms if the air current is not controlled. And that may carry COVID, and that is another case how the transmission can be done on the beaches in open air, because if you consider this guy as contagious, the lady will inhale it in few minutes, even she wears a mask or not. But, well, in this condition for these guys, the lady is inhaling many other stuff, so she will get contaminated as she is taking this adventure on the shore during this pandemic condition. In the kindergarten, even the kids are going at a distance, they will get contaminated by the plume that a girl in front is exhaling, that is moved by the air up, and then because has a positive buoyancy being warmer than the air around, and then falls down in the mouth of the next girl that is inhaling it. And this is a way to transmit contagiousness on the hallways, following the smart norms of our CDC brave people that protecting their jobs, and they don't care about what they are taking out of their mouths at advice. And this is starting from understanding these distribution curves, mask effect, and airflow aerosol transmission effects. Even in a classroom with spit and sneeze stopper separation of the working position, the exhalation of these girls, supposed to be contagious, is passing over the plexiglass shield, and due to its buoyancy, and then is driven by air movement and is transmitted to the next student. So starting with 10,000 droplets per cubic centimeter, it dilutes to 3,000 and to 1,000 because the volume is growing, and 500 droplets per cubic centimeter will be inhaled by this girl. Supposedly she inhales 1 liter, this will be about 5,000 virioli per each inhalation, and then it dilutes further and goes further until it's spread in all the class, or is eliminated in the high-edge vacuum system and possibly sterilized. Now we learn about filter details, because filters are a very important part of the mask and they assure personal protection. And you'll see about test of various materials for filtering efficiency tests for various filters and masks, clean room dust particle concentration versus respiratory droplets exhaling. You'll learn about nuclear methods to measure filter materials using radioactive nanopowder suspensions, details on aerodynamic test bench for filter material characterization using nuclear and nanotechnological methods, filter retention characteristic dependence on flow temperature, flow range, and particle time as important to apply in filter usage, and size distribution of exhale respiratory tract droplet in normal breathing and coughing, microscope images in a N95 filter structure related to the virioli size and water droplets, and microscope images inside other filter material with stopping watery droplets, and in feature structure for micro, nano, heterofluidic calculations, and finally about the utility of using ultraviolet C domain from 300 nanometers, 280 nanometers down to 200 nanometers wavelengths, having the efficiency to destroy the virus and sterilize the air. Hey, here is a presentation, a brief presentation of the work of Patty Robertson, the chief CEO of Smart Air in US, published by HuffPost Life reporter Kristen Eichen in April 21, 2020. And he was looking for, made an ad hoc aerodynamic filter material test bench, measured the flow, and used a laser to measure how materials are making for various airflow conditions. Here is a fan and another one and the test section, and the airflow measurement and other instrumentation. And well, it looks for the ultimate face mask material that can be used in homemade mask, and sorted out the features, the protection factor for various materials. So he find that 3M N95 mask material to be very good, and then is a surgical mask and HEPA filters, and here is something more to talk about. What is good to remember for this is that it characterizes the mask filter, and here is a view in N95 versus COVID dimension and the water droplet. And here are various materials used for the test. Another test is made by Fisher et al. In Science Advance in 2020, published in September 2020, last year, and it was to see how good the masks that are already made by professional fabrics like a surgical mask or N95 mask with exhalation valves. And he simulated coughing and breathing for head simulator, and he succeeded to scale the mask. Of course, N95 is the best mask America ever heard, but surgical masks are good too, and they give a relative droplet count. Is a very straightforward measurement, but it says a lot about the property of materials being used. And remarkable, he observed the atomizing effect, where a bandana or neck gaiter is splitting the droplets in smaller ones that are more airborne. Here, if I want to understand this, given a comparative measurement between exhalation distribution of various breathing and coughing of the person using the respiratory air tubes in various manners, and these are given in number of particles per cubic centimeter, and that is compared with the clean room standards of the ISO clean room from standard ISO 9 for almost unfiltered atmosphere, the ISO 1 and 2 that are ultra clean room, where the particles are in number per cubic meter. So one may observe that it's a million times difference between that. And when a sick person is breathing inside that room, the air quality of the clean room is immediately tarnished, but it is a downwards flow that makes the effect of breathing almost undetectable in the air quality control instrumentation that are usually dealing with particle magnitude and solid particulates. To go forward, I will introduce you to nuclear technology used in filters property measurements, and these relies on radioactivity. So in order to make fast measurements for filtration properties, it's useful to use radioactive nanopowders, and that they will have a spectrum of radiation that will be easily measured in real time, and the filter properties may be classified in very short intervals, about 5 seconds to 1 minute, in order to say how the properties are changing. So the basic principle is to use 1 or 2 radiation detectors receiving light from scintillation sensible to beta and gamma radiation, and that are going into a multi-channel amplifier, and then is processed and integrated and is calibrated in order to trace various elements we are interested in. We did a kind of test bench with the radiation and more complex, and we used a blower, radioactive nanoparticle spray, and heating element that clears and makes laminar the flow, that is applied to the test sample, that is continuously monitored but by a natrium iodine radiation spectrometric gauge that have a photomultiplier and a preamplifier, and finally produce a radiation spectrum on a multi-channel analyzer. Also, for we used lasers and infrared camera, and also photodetectors to measure the response of particle magnitude distribution, and we used a water filter in order to retain the nanoparticles, followed by a total filter, and that will stop particles from getting outside and contaminate with radioactivity the laboratory. We have various applications for that, because we need to see how good the filter retention curve is for various types of filters that are foil filter or surface filter, and in-depth filter or a volumic filters that are based mainly on meshes or felts. We measured the distribution by dimension or class of particle used, and here is the particle magnitude in microns. We start somewhere at 100 nanometer or 0.1 microns and applied cascade filters and particles, and we made the differential distribution or the dimensional distribution, and we count also the integral value accumulated on the filters, and that will give us the distribution of particle magnitude. We use this for air filtration and oil lubricant filtration, like automotive oil filters used in ICEs, internal combustion engines, and we measured even more how the folding is affecting the filtering capability. That advanced researches that took few years in 1980s when materials were very interesting. From this measurement that took more than 40 material types and hundreds of measurements, we learned that retention factor is depending on material type, and when used heterogeneous water droplets into holding the particles inside, we use some resonant effects with atomization where the particles produced here are retained here in the lower areas, and that as a release particle from the filter. And that is dependence on particle magnitude that is given in microns, and this is the retention factor in percent, and that looks like N100 or P100 filter used at 12 liters per minute and 300 Kelvin. We look to see how temperature variation modifies the retention factor, and if there is some use for SARS-CoV-1 in water droplets or SARS-CoV-2. And one have to remember that SARS-CoV-1, it's about 30-40 nanometer. It's about here, this is 10 microns, 10 nanometers, sorry. 100 nanometers or 0.1 microns, microns and 10. And this is COVID-1, and this is SARS-CoV-2, that it's about 100 nanometers. And here is about 300 nanometers. But when apply temperature, the initial characteristic measured above with this continuous blue curve, that dark one here, is modified and moves to larger dimensions and increases also the retention factor a little bit at a very low dimension. Well, this is also measurement of retention factor as a function, retention factor as a function of particle magnitude. The same measurement is done for the flow variation, and when we increase the flow to 30 liters per minute, we also obtain a modification towards a worsening of the retention factor from the dark curve to the dashed blue curve, and a resonance effect that is similar to atomization, that after a period of accumulation of various particle dimensions, you start releasing small droplets in a submicron domain. We also changed and measured how the pulse flow and flow variation is affecting the curves, and here is flow variation in time. Here is the particle magnitude, and here on the vertical axis is the retention factor. And initially, when we run at about 12 liters per minute, we get this retention factor with this atomization function that gives this average distribution. But when we increase a flow, after we stop the flow on 0 for a few minutes, we increase the flow back, we get a release of previously accumulated particles, and we had a modified flow retention curve. And this retention curve, see, is modified, is this blue dashed curve, and this is the basic release of everything previously retained, because it's a higher pressure and not all the particles stuck well in the felt inside the filter material. And then the curve improves and draws near the initial curves, but still remains affected by the flow variation. And this is the observation important for the filter. When you change the direction or stop and go, you have a sudden release of small particle magnitude elements into air, and you have also the curve modifies with flow, temperature, and pressure. This is a most important chart one have to retain and understand clear. This is the particle magnitude distribution from 100 nanometer or 0.1 micron up to a micron, 10 microns and 100 microns. And here is dry COVID, only without any water droplet. And here is a big 100 microns water droplet containing 100 nanometer COVID virioli inside, coming from a highly contagious level infected person. Function of the particle magnitude is the time that the particles are floating in air, and is about 1 month for 100 nanometer COVID without water, 10 days for about 0.5, 0.6 microns, and 1 day at the micron dimension, while it drops to 2 hours and a half at about 2-3 microns, and 10 minutes for 10 microns, and then goes down to 9 seconds for 100 microns. On the other hand, we have here a distribution of number of particles as a function of dimension, and this is given from breathing without a mask, the red continuous curve, that gives a maximum at about 0.6 microns or 600 nanometers. And when you use a filter that retain about here, start retaining and 0.3 microns, the light blue curve is obtained. With some condition that even here atomization occurs and build-ups here. When somebody is coughing, the particle size is bigger and the maximum is about 10-20 microns, depending, and the mask produces an important reduction, the dark blue curve, that is complemented by an effect of atomization that gives some maximum and adds in the smaller region, adding more particles, and is releasing almost near the release of half of the release of particles when breathing through the filter. For clarification, we want to understand better, these are the fibers at a microscope into an N95 structure. This is the dimension, that is the empty space, a hole into the fibers. And this is how a virus particle looks like in right dimension. And this is for SARS-CoV-1 or influenza at 30 nanometers. So these are basically not retained by the filter, but when they come with water droplets and the filter has salt embedded inside, they dissolve the salt, and the salt chemically attacks the viruses and destroys them, or when the filter dries out, the salt recrystallizes and seals in salt the attacked viruses. Here are some other examples of nanofiber medium you see in the scanning electron microscopy produced by Manfilter company, and we have a nanofiber coating and basic fiber structure. Another filter is an antibacterial nanofiber filter. See the density, and this is dimension of 50 microns, and this is how they look like into a zoom area. This is how the filter retains watery droplets and on the fibers, and from the fibers are shaking, these watery droplets are split in pieces and released. For calculations, for computational fluid dynamics calculations, one needs to generate the fiber structure in order to apply fluid dynamics law and get some flow and speed densities, distribution of velocity in various filter structure in the so-called pseudo-hydraulic channels. And this is how a 3D image looks like. An important factor that complements the filter activity in sterilization is the use of ultraviolet C-band for sterilization, and this is the visible spectrum, and here is the UVA from 400 to 320, UVB from 320 to 260, and UVC from 100 nanometer to 250 nanometers. So the band you are useful for this sterilization is here, a little bit under the energy that is used to produce ozone, that is from 200 nanometers down to the vacuum UV. This is an extension of the same electromagnetic spectrum of UV. Here are the X-ray, gamma rays, and cosmic rays that are mega electron volt electromagnetic rays. And here are the allocation of the bands. Here is 280, some guys use 260, it depends, but here are the bands for UVA, UVB, and UVC. And here is how ozone is produced and water is purified using this kind of technology. This is how it destroys. Before, you have this DNA double spiral system, and when radiation hits here, it breaks the molecular connections, and at the end is not usable anymore, being damaged. Here is the UV vacuum and C for HVAC system, air conditioning system, and that are installed in the return duct. And here are some other types of UV, and also is a sterilizer with ionic alkaline solutions or salt sprayer, and that is also destroying all the virus. In the next chapter, we will talk about pandemic evolution and suppression, and we will look first at physiological prevention by enhancing immunity that are based on alimentary food supplements, and then we will look how the phone's GPS and Wi-Fi connectivity can be used for contaminated person identification and post-tracking of infection, probability of infection. Virus multiplication rate into a pandemic as a function of protection measures applied, super spreader contamination in a grocery shop by air and surface condensation analysis, and as a consequence, the disease evolution as function of initial infection dose for various variants, advanced processing of measured biomedical parameters as temperature, pulse rate, oxygen, and various nation attitude versus wearing mask and consequences in pandemic propagation. Now we had states that wearing a mask prevent wearing a ventilator, followed by living in a coffin as a dead person. A US society reaction to more complete information of protection against COVID, table comparing COVID-19 evolution in USA, China, and the world, a total daily coronavirus cases chart for USA and China, prediction on COVID-19 infection evolution made on December 15, updated at March 15, 2021, prediction on COVID deaths evolution made on December 15 and updated at March 15, and the comparative application of protective control in USA, China, and the ideal that we have proposed as being reasonable and doable. Hello, this is the slideshow, and I am talking about presenting it in theological prevention and enhancing immunity. And for the very beginning, I have to mention that we advise anything we do not recommend because we are not qualified for this subject. But I'll mention it here because it is a large business starting on this food or nutritional supplements, and they have, as they are praised, a lot of good effects on increasing metabolic system, increasing immunity, and make some good advances. So you need to get more sleep, exercise far more, low cholesterol and blood diet, stay hydrated, we use a green tea, eating foods and taking supplements for the blood with vitamin D, but carefully, not overdose and have a secondary effect. Take zinc, selenium, magnesium, and lower sugar foods, vegetables, with those with quercetin as apple, honey, and so on. So you have here a few samples from the open market. Another issue is using cell phone, GPS, and Wi-Fi connectivity to track potential infections from contagious persons. So in our case, we had tracking in an area of New York, a gentleman that got COVID and has some meeting or passed by and exhaled in the presence of other people working in that area, and the cell phone tracking not only realize the phone, who is the person and how long have been exposed, but also can track where is now the actual person. There are conditions like shops, storage rooms with high steel with a lot of reflection where GPS doesn't work so well as subway stations, and they can use Wi-Fi connectivity that may identify phones around you in an area up to 100 feet. And this could be essential help to identify quickly the potential infected person and quarantine and put under medical observation without creating too much panic or infringing any constitutional right. It's using the tracking system for good, not only for what it is used today. Well, misleading and misinformation comes at a price, and the people decided not to wear a mask, favored the explosion of COVID in exponential terms, with a multiplication of doubling any week, and without mask, but is a social distances, multiplication rate R is a little smaller, and can bring some saturation in some population. And also with bandana is even smaller, because mutual protections come into place, and the multiplication is okay, but with a good mask you can reduce the multiplication and basically stop pandemic if you wear a mask regularly. Here is what a graph means, and here is transmission, the infection, the contagious states, feeling sick, and acute sickness, and that develops. Here is an example of how a single employee can become a super spreader if he is placed inside a grocery shop, and various people passing in the area got various level of contact, and yet amount exposed to certain amounts of virioli that can drive them to a disease and have symptoms, and have, after a period of incubation, they'll go into a disease. This is a combined chart, because on this axis it shows intake dose of numbers of virioli. On the y-axis it shows the delays in days until the virioli incubates and become a virus symptom, and on the vertical axis shows the phases of the disease in probability of being infected, in infected, contagious, symptoms, sick in ICU and go to ventilator. And from these people, as part are recovered, and some of them are dead, as it shows in this probability and pass. So the stars represent the exposure level from the people I showed you in the shop, passing around the sick employee. And here are various disease. This is COVID-1, that is smaller and more contagious threshold, and this is SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 that has a higher threshold, need to incubate a little bit more, and they will go follow this path up, and again delays and up and delay. So in each stage it will have a time on that stage, and is followed by a transition in the new stage until to the final point when you go recover or you go to death. And you have various outcomes in 23 weeks to a few months. Well, it's recommended by CDC to measure the temperature, but that is more theatrical stunt than real useful if you don't do what I showed in this chart. In order to have a good control of the virus, you not only need to take the temperature here in brown, but you also need to take the pulse rate, they measure the oxygen level, they measure pressure level of systolic and diastolic pressures, and monitor that few times a day in order to obtain the variation curves that are metabolic functions, at least a combination of three metabolic periods that will seem to be an error, but the overlap of the measurement error. When some symptom here is on this chart, on this scale, is the abatement from the average, and the average is given here for all these curves, so variation from this average is plotted on this scale and has these high amplitude variation functions. So in these functions you are tracing the modification when it is a modification from the normal evolution. In up, something happened, a virus, an infection in the body, and need to be treated. When two are down and one is up, some temper with the virus and some medication have been taken, and that can be detected in at least a day on a computer simulation that shows this abatement from the normal evolution of the temperatures and biomedical parameters on time. And here is the time in days, and you have many measurements per day, but that is an effort in itself, and based only because you have an advanced detection in 1 or 2 days instead of 4 days. You know if the person is sick and have to be quarantined. Well, various nations have various understanding on discipline, on danger, on trust in government, and finally in wearing mask. So in China, obeying the government orders, wearing mask and social distancing paid off, so China limited the infection very quickly and get a very low level of casualties, because in spite it has a surprise effect, being the first country to have the COVID-19 explosion or pandemic. But they managed to tell. Italy took it not seriously. They laugh about it. They don't trust the government. They don't trust science or advices, and they have a high rate of infections and deaths. And so does the United States. And a single guy here can infect all the guys in the surrounding. In spite, free air is less probable to produce infections than in a closed environment as room, hallways, etc. Well, wearing a mask seems to be common sense and easier, and that may help the person avoid wearing a ventilator and follow and park 1 in 5 or 1 in 10 following the path to the common graves and mass graves, as you see here in New York. And that is a common understanding, but unfortunately it became a political issue under the Republican administration. Well, talking to Americans about COVID protection is that trying to increase the awareness of these guys about the wolf dangers, and this herd leader seems that wolves are a simple nuisance and may nothing happen to them, and even if it happens, they say, well, it happens to one, doesn't matter, we have herd immunity, and that turns to be an acceptable loss. So that is what I feel informing the American people about virus protection is like teaching wolf awareness of herd of house. And they're not only the Americans, most of the Caucasian race behave in this style and didn't take care about their connationals or neighbors. In spite, they make a lot of demagoguery about how much they care. Well, basic data is taken in comparison USA, the world behavior in COVID and China, with the number of cases, number of deaths, the recorded new cases. It's a table for using the word COVID odometer. And here we make the ratios and they show how well US and China behave compared to the world and how is the ratio. So you will see that US is in deep red, having a ratio much higher than other nations, and that is very problematic. And one can see that number of cases are by 22 times higher in US than in China, and so is the number of deaths. And US of China is 100, so US has 22 times more than the world, and China has a fraction of that. US being 168 times over China in total cases, 4,000 times in new cases, and 60 times there's a higher probability to die from COVID in the United States than in China. And this has a recovery as the values, the total cases per 1 million people is 734 times higher in US than in China. Well, US is a champion in COVID casualties, followed by Brazil, India, Russia, France, United Kingdom, Italy, Spain, and Turkey. These are the countries with most of the deaths and most of the COVID casualty. And in China, COVID appeared here, stopped at 80,000, and they had little to no infection, so no pandemic. It was a 2 months delay between the time when COVID-19 started in China and the time when it started in March in the United States. And if lessons learned were put in place, almost nothing happened, and we may follow the dashed line curve with less than 10,000 infected and few people dead. Everything over this value is a kind of manslaughter. And here is in daily cases, this is China, and this might have been US if the lesson learned, but in reality, we had a tsunami profile, and the ignorance in the malleadership shows the result, because there's no free lunch. If you don't do what is needed to do and apply the right measures to stop pandemic, that pandemic will thrive and claim more lives and more sorrow. In the daily basis, now we had this third wave explosion, and this is a prediction that will evolve in spite of dream on vaccination and herd immunity that cannot be reached earlier than June, July, because of a vaccination rate that is pretty small. After January 2021, the vaccination rate speed up for the first vaccine with Pfizer and Moderna, and the second vaccine, so it didn't follow the linear prediction, but has a kind of improvement that will near the time when we will get to herd immunity, but still the disease and daily infection is going up, and this is what happened because the governors take a lot of restrictive measures, and all the national level was asked to wear masks. So the rate is now, but now Brazilian and English COVID is exploding, and we'll have a fourth wave of this tsunami. In total deaths, we are also champions. We happen to reach about 550,000 dead people from this. Is hard to compare with anything happening in the past in the history. Is a lot of deaths due to stupidity, and I have no words. I feel very outraged when I have to talk about this. But the good news is the vaccination rate increased, and the deaths get down and not follow the exponential or linear evolution, even with vaccination bottleneck or tempering of the evolution curve in linear, and even was a little under the predicted governor action. So rate of vaccination and awareness, a better communication, drive to reducing the number of deaths, but still we are the first in the world, and with 4% of population, we represent 25% of world casualties, being 6 times dumber than average world. And this is about application of protective control. Each control contributes at the viral pandemic multiplication rate. So when you set them under 0.4, it will drive to criticality and keep multiplication rate on 1 and same number of infection and casualties per day, except the virtual controls where the function is inverse, and keeping it high, you favor a high multiplication rate comparing opposition with the real control, that when you put emphasis on a process and how to stop it, it will dim and put in zero the multiplication rate. And this is a hierarchy of control we've previously discussed, and this is a combination of all the effects in the total rate, because all of these controls and how they are set as a parameter matters. Hello, this is the important part of the presentation, and that is why the presentation have been made, in order to show you how to make the protection and stay safe in case of pandemic. This is based on engineer protection designed to keep economy open and people in close proximity safe. And in the previous slides, we showed how the pandemic spread, how it appeared, who was the main actors that helped promoting the pandemic and did that disaster in the United States, and what the Caucasian race does not understand and don't want to comply, and did their stupid behavior, and show how we need to increase our IQ level and be smarter in order to prevail and maintain the leading position in the world, in a multipolar world as a future. In this presentation, that's important, we have a list of simple, cheap individual protection. that were a good surrogate for not wearing N95 masks that, they are not suitable for the level of threat we encountered. It is about a refurbishment system on UV catalytic sterilizer and is a patent application, a synergistic holistic protection of the system comprising a mutual collectivity protection, a personal protection, enclosure protection, and has HVAC and enhanced plumb drainage system, and this is made mainly with the purpose to respond to the difficulties encountered by the first refurbishment system and the repetitive breaches in protective system done by population. So having four independent will be easier to fail safe. Furniture elements for close proximity and safe sitting, another patent application for US is referring to dining table, bar, cafeteria seats, stadium conference room, theater seats, and this is to mitigate the case when you cannot wear a mask because you have to eat, drink, talk, and then the aerodynamics, photonics come to help and keep the partner safe. Medical, dental, beauty practice, and aerodynamic protection for these professional practitioners, and for those who get sick, an enhanced lung treatment and immunology, and exposed business protection systems that developed for us the two patents, reforming aerodynamics and aeronautical patent into a more protective patent. Engineer protection is designed to keep economy open and people in close proximity safe, and simple protection and shielding mask assembly, air refurbishment and a catalytic sterilizer, and synergistic holistic protection system is comprising all the elements involved in a protection that work as parallel independent system, and the probability to fail together is much smaller, and all you have to do is to keep you safe from this exhalation where it transports COVID-19 virioli, and we have to keep them out of the inhalation of the other person to prevent them from being inhaled. And this is not a simple task, but is not rocket science. When you cannot do that in restaurants, eating, drinking, there is a more complex system based on aerodynamics and photonics that ensures the safety together with parts of the holistic system. And enhanced lung treatment and immunology for physiologic prevention are briefly presented. Simple cheap individual protection is based on a simple answer, and it is what is doing is simply prevents the droplets containing virioli exhaled by a person to be inhaled by a healthy person, and on one side it shields the person, reducing the speed range from 10 feet to about 1 feet, and is redirecting the airflow down on the person and towards the ground. While on the other side is protecting the person to inhale the aerosol by using the filtration properties and face mask the capability to stop the droplets that may hit in the face. And that is what CDC original guidance didn't tell Americans, and by the contrary was a misleading statement from these guys making over $400,000 per year, and that was more important for him. Well, the simple stuff, it stop the speed range and deflectors, is to have a exhalation deflector that could be a half of a plastic bottle that mounted over the nose and mouth, and that will make all the air condensate on the bottle and go over the body and down. Another system is to use a face mask, and here is what Florida Atlantic University showed us, that it's a lot of turbulence and everything goes down, but the people are breathing, and when they exhale about everything they have inside of the air tubes. Another more complex mask is looking like a beekeeper that has a face shield and a protective rope all around that makes this aerosol exhale here to go nicely near the body downwards without too much turbulence. A cheap version of this is to use a grocery store paper bag with some tape and with some salty paper towel in order to sterilize the air at the output, and eventually to apply a fan on the top to introduce fresh air down. This is a simple paper towel and transparent tape protection that one can make it at home and use at home, and is as effective as an N95 mask because it's using redirection of the contaminated air and simply stops the exhalation in about a few inch distance. Mouse nose jet deflector is simply a half of bottle put on the glasses, and that gives enough mutual protection up to minus 20 dB, because compared to a mask or a bandana, nothing what is exhaled goes farther than 2-3 inches away from the body, and it stops here. This is a version of using a wire strap over the bottle, and this is how you use the mask, but if it has a valve, it doesn't provide mutual protection because the exhalation content is going unfiltered. And another simple way is to use a simple paper towel to put over the nose and mouth, fix on the ears, and that will stop this exhalation from going 10 feet away to about few inches away from the body and changes the direction towards downwards. This is a detailed view, and here you have air in. You may put a fan inside and have fresh air, and here is the air is coming out via this salty surface that also kills exhaust virioli. This is how the paper bag can be used and folded and transported, and has a fan and a filter, and is a chemical barrier, can be salted, and that is protecting good enough, much better than an N95 mask. This is a beekeeper format with fabric all around, and you may insert a fan and a filter and a chemical barrier, and here you may put also UV and as enhanced protection as you like, but it tends to be heavy and need to fix well on the head. Well, air refurbishing system is a more complex system because it is an individual air respirator with filter and fan on the head with UVC shower compared to the full body PPE and with a Clorox ad hoc shower. Portable full air refurbishment may deliver up to minus 175 decibels and may accept up to 5% as combustible gases like hydrocarbons and prepare the air, make it good for breathing. For example, having an input of normal atmosphere of oxygen 21%, CO2 0.1%, and rebreathing air coming from exhalation, it may combine with an air intake and use a dust filter, a type of X95 NPX, a UVC lamp tuned on 253 nanometers gives another 15 decibel protection. A salt filter of natrium chloride, potassium chloride that kills the virioli and seals in the crystalline structure gives a 10 decibel. A povidone iodine filter that is a disinfectant that also kills virioli and gives about 5 decibel in protection, and the P100 filter that has a role to stop all the particles that accidentally was removed from these filtration surfaces. In order to get rid of the CO2 and the bacteria and organic matter that pass through this filter, a heater at 200 Celsius is applied in a heat exchange combination, and UV light and the catalytic burner is applied that burns all the hydrocarbons and organic matter, and that is filtered out by a sodium hydroxide or calcium hydroxide filter. And then we need to rebuild the oxygen content, so we'll use a air filter for oxygen, setting it at 30% oxygen, and apply a cooling on the air because on 50 Celsius is at the limit of breathable air. So we need to lower its temperature by using an external heat exchanger or much better an heat pump, and we remake the humidity, and we may set aroma and other essence and aromatic oils in order to do also respiratory treatment. And that is contained in the US patent 16823-242. This slide is presenting the air refurbishment system in comparison with full body PPE. And for cleaning the suit outside, it is using a UV shower instead of a shower with hydrochlorines and other disinfectants. It has a face shield, air intake, rain cover, air cooling device based on a heat pump, and a much easy to wear outside suit based only to cover the open skin surfaces by using gloves and an apron if one wants to sit or do something, a pump and a power supply. And this is more easy to wear, and they do not sweat so much as you do in a full body PPE with your respirator in the back. The developed details on this catalytic respiratory quality restorer for individual protection is based on several modules. The first is air intake have to be up because probability to encounter polluted plumes with virioli is much lower at over the head level than in the middle area of the body where exhalation comes and goes up and goes down with air currents. Usually the air currents are down currents in most of the shops, have some turbidity, turbulence, but you may find more clean air up than down. Using a UV lamp when you dress it off is the most dangerous part because in that moment you shake the filters, you shake the virioli that deposited on the body. So it's better first to kill as much of them and then to start dressing off. And inside the head is air intake that goes with vortex filters or cyclone filters here due to this turn in the air. They go to a pre-filter, a biosterilization, salt and iodoprovidone chemicals, a HEPA filter, a fan cooler and humidifier that is just a simple heat exchanger going to the HVAC system, and it may deliver air directly above the face shield, or it may take it out for being reprocessed and delivered over the face shield. The reprocessing unit takes the air inside and applies to a HEPA, UVC heating, a catalyst burner because it's a flameless heater and all organic compounds are terminated here and transformed in water and carbon dioxide, and the heat exchangers that minimize energy need to heat up and down the gas. Carbon sequestrators that use alkaline solutions as natrium or calcium hydroxide, and then we need to repair the oxygen versus nitrogen ratio by using an oxygen generator and apply some humidity and push back into a respirator. Synergistic protection system is meant to make easier to wear the protection and distribute the protection functions between four independent performers that have the probability of failing together much lower. So first you need to dim the speed range from 10 feet down to a quarter of a feet or less. Collect the exhaled air and pass through a sterilizer canister. Cool down the exhaled air in the room temperature in order to cancel its buoyancy and the exhaled plume not rise up first and come down after a while. So we need to minimize the time for residence of the exhaled plume in the inhalation zone, and release the exhaled air down near the floor or in a collector tube, so to get rid of potential contamination of the atmosphere in the room. Personal protection aims to prevent receptions of virioli and relies on intake air at high level above the mouth, air filtering system to remove dust and germs, air sterilization, and air refurbishment, or to apply augmented therapy. So not only to wear the mask, but you have some benefits after wearing it, being better than not wearing. Enclosure protection relies on enhanced HVAC air conditioning systems that deals a larger airborne varioli have the return duct intake near floor in order to force downwards airflow, and has the UV and antibacteriologic sterilization unit in the return duct. We don't put that in the exhaust duct because that goes at high or very low temperature, so will stress both the infrared and the chemicals in the filter. Exhale plume drainage system is augmented the enclosure protection because use a vacuumed drain tube which to collect the exhaling with a hose connection. So instead of exhaling in the room, you drive your exhalation directly into this drainage system and is sterilized and set on exhaust, and everything is powered by a vacuum pump outside where the airflow is released. There are several components that are handling the air in serial manner. So clean air, the light blue, is coming from exhaust ducts of an air conditioning system or in the top of a building, and I inhaled into the head intake system, pass through a filter, and then apply to entry valve of a face mask that is preferred to be transparent with electronics on it and measurement system, and is exhaled, go into a sterilization canister, and then is deposited in a drain tube or down on the floor, is to be taken directly on a parallel floor to floor current in the return duct and sterilized by the building. So this inhaling up and exhaling down gives an advantage of about minus 10 decibel in protection, because this plume, even is contaminated, is diluting a lot until reaching back to the nose level. So inhale fresh air from above and exhale it down near the feet level and stand tall, and that is one principle in this protection. Then, if you inhale the air, you may take the simplest is to use an air respirator with P100 filters and eventually chemical filters, active charcoal, or other chemicals to stop for bacteriologic applications, gives you more than 20 decibels in gain, and then you take your exhalation into a hose and put in the sterilization canister and deliver at the feet level. And this system is the simplest that can comply with this statement. Well, if you are in a classroom, use the system in a more complex manner. You have an inhalation tube up above the head, a filter, and you go into the mask, and then from the face mask out, you go to the vacuum drainage tube directly, or to the floor, and from here to return duct of the air conditioning system. Overall, system virus power attenuation gives you about minus 84 decibel, and this is how what that means in Russian roulette terms, that 1 in 300 million exposure will get a contamination. and that's pretty low amount is enough safety involved. To run on the hallways, we need to use the mask system and take the clean air from above, drain, put in the sterilization canister and release near the shoes, and from here it goes in the AC return duct, so everybody else coming in the hallway doesn't meet the plume that is floating in the air above. And that brings you this kind of safety, because each element involved is producing a little safety, but they need to be all in series in order to get the real needed safety. This is how we travel in the bus, train, airplane. We need fresh airflow from the vehicle ventilation system. We use the same individual system with filters in inhalation and sterilization filter in exhalation, and we put in the vacuum drainage system, because that turns to be much cheaper than exhaling in the car, and the car air conditioning system to take care about it is 10 times less volume in this drainage system than in the car, and makes no contamination to conditioned air of the vehicle. This is how we work at a computer table, and we use the same system like in the classroom, a library, or wherever you stay, and if we consider that is a high danger from contamination, from pandemic to spread, we must use coherently this system, even one is sick or not. So after a period of usage of a few weeks, everybody will be healthy, and the system must not need to be used more. This is how a classroom looks like, and everybody is wearing the mask and is delivering in the drainage the exhalation, keeping the air in the class clean, and what is not clean, the air conditioning system is taking care of it by taking it down near the floor and returning it up on the ceiling. In airplane or train or bus, we use the same system, and even we are sleeping or being awake, we still filtrate our exhaust, and we filtrate our air intake in order to get a protection factor over minus 100 decibels. This guy is sleeping and is still wearing the mask, and while this student is sitting still, and when they are moving, they will take the hose from here, and the valve will open here in order to draw the air inside and take it immediately from the floor where it is released. Here is a more complex scenery. A bus driver monitoring the key safety breaches. So you see all the driver, he's wearing his mask, he has his clean air flow and delivers his sterilized exhalation into the drainage system. Outside, a bunch of kids out of the bus making breaches to the system. So, for example, this girl is not wearing the intake system, instead it has all the equipment on her, and if this girl is sick and was not exhaling in the canister, the plume will move from one girl to another, contaminated, and infecting the other girl in the back. while this girl is using the system and will stay safe. Well, this is a synthesis of everything I told you before about complex synergistic protection in closed environments and open spaces, and was published in a booklet on Amazon where you can find it with all the details about how it works. But we put this in 4 categories for each type of protective action: A, B, C in these triangles, and D. And we start with improvement at air conditioning system that have to deal with contaminated plumes remained airborne inside closed environments like rooms, hallways, large hallways, cinemas, theaters. And this is what Americans do not understand, because there is a combination of factors: greed, laziness, difficulties of learning, and they don't want to change anything. That means, in one word, conservatives. And they don't want to apply a UV light to move the return duct from the ceiling to the floor in order to force this air current. And that will be all, and they will bring them in all the building by default minus 50 decibels. The B class of protection is wearing a mask, stay tall, breathe the inhale air up and release it down. So in this way, you provide another minus 50 decibel protection. So combining the solution A and B together, you will get about 100 decibel only using the building protection with the individual protection. Now, you may also put it down, deliver the exhalation at the shoes level, but you may use a drainage system, and also you may use a sterilization canister that will apply another protection, and this is the C solution. Your exhalation is sterilized in a canister and then delivered at the shoe level, like this, where these guys are wearing here the ABC protection, a combined solution that makes mutual protection or collective protection and individual protection too. And this ABC solution gives you minus 100 decibels, and the D type of protection is giving you supplementary. If you are stationary or steady in a place, you can connect to the drain tube and not deliver your infected exhalation into the room, but directly to a treatment sterilizer unit. And this combined solution, ABCD, gives you up to minus 200 decibels. And now the problem is, how safe are you? And you put a protection factor versus the risk, where the protection factor is defined in exposure as a function of exposure time as 10 logarithm in number of inhaled virioli over the number of available virioli, while risk factor is 1 minus the protection factor, is the complement versus 1 at the protection factor. And here is together protection versus the risk, and you see that in order to stay safe, you need to reach minus 100 decibels, or a concentration of 1 particle per million, and be safe, or being very safe, you go over minus 150 decibel to 200 decibel as all the combined solution provides, and appears a kind of synergy because that drives you into the very safe region. And that is the main problem that is solved by this combined system that can fail in any domain, but still remains safe, still remains over minus 15 protection factor. Protective furniture. This is another chapter, because when you sit at the table, you want to eat or drink or watch a movie, a game, you want to shout or manifest yourself, you need to be protected, and you cannot wear a mask. And you have self-dealing and sitting furniture assembly that will protect you. Components of thermoaerodynamic and photonic protection that are involved. A hot air carton using aerospike nozzles that will deliver shielding, and aerospike laminar nozzle details that will be explained, allowing airflow schematic diagram and a modulus with details of protection system. This modulus can be used to make 4-seat table or with robotic system and many other configuration like conference room, or a 2-seat table for air protective with curtains. Well, the bar stadium is more complex protection and will involve the reverse airflow. But everything is based on a balance between the input and the output airflow, considering the temperature, expansion, and everything, in order to keep a kind of Virga effect in place without having turbulences involved, and that is the object of another patent application, 16876 This is a synthesis of what was presented before, and this is a Virga effect at the components that use the system, and you have 7 components. One is aerodynamic protection and is atmosphere boxing based on the balance of the input and output flow. A Virga effect that use water droplets to increase and make a rotational movement. Heater that makes a hot air curtain and makes air flows back up, and ultraviolet curtains that kills the virioli that escape as the 2 barriers. Then you may use a poof gun to stop the sneezing that is prone to pass through the double barriers that separates an individual from another, and you may use an air restorer and the gas aromatherapy in order to have also some positive effects of using the confinement system. Here is a block diagram of the system where you have the air intake taken through a HEPA filter, sterilized using a UV ultraviolet C lamp, and temperature processed gases, supplementary gases for aromatherapy added. In order to have acceptable, you cool it down at about 25 Celsius or 80 Fahrenheit, and you add, using ultrasound nebulizer, add water droplets, 10-20 micron large, that will evaporate, enhancing the downflow and the rotational around the customer. It will be taken out by a vent and remove the CO2 in alkaline filter. Then a catalytic stabilizer will take out all the hydrocarbons, and the bacteria will be heated using a heat pump connecting up and down and will be applied like a hot air curtain. So the exhalation will be stopped and driven down by the downgoing current, but what is missed by this, if it's hard exhalation, will be taken up by the up current that will warm up the droplet, enhancing the buoyancy of the particles, and that will be collected by the exhaust into a catalytic sterilizer, a CO2 remover, and it may be returned into the system or it may be taken out. This is the subject of a patent 16, United States patent 16876-337. With this technology, one may create a modulus that is based on using the effect presented above. And air is taken inside, the virga is produced, goes around the customer, is sucked, is reprocessed and refurbished, and creates a hot curtain that takes hard exhalation. And nearby has the ultraviolet curtain that seals the module. With this module, one can create a 4-seat table, or if it is a 60 degrees angle, make a 6-seat table and make a configuration like this. Also, it may use to make a 2-seat table, making a half table with the same technology for a cafeteria or a bar seating, and this will use the same, but the main goal of all this project is to allow people not to wear a mask, and all this particle distribution emitted by one to stay away from any other partner at the table. Here is a bar seating that use also the down current from a nozzle, like in airplane coming from lateral or above, and the hot curtain. For stadiums and large participation rooms, the system can be used as it is, but being a large open system, the energy consumption will be high, so a good protection may be obtained only by using Here there are details on components. Here is atmospheric boxing, the virga effect that is produced that looks like that in the picture, a cloud base that is artificially created by water droplets that enhance the down current and also produce a vortex that rotates around the customer. So it will deflect down and lateral the exhalation of the customer. And this is balanced and is returned as a hot air curtain. A hot air curtain uses a special type of nozzle called aerospike in order to create a vertical laminar jet flow, and the flow rate have to be well balanced in order to obtain the boxing atmosphere. Here is convection, but we will use exactly the inverse convection. So the air will come down and go up in this way. The hot air curtain use air spike that can be simply adjusted by moving it up and down with a hot core, and that increases a little bit the temperature of the hot air coming from air sterilizer with the catalytic and the heater. And a little vortex is produced by everything is going up into absorption nozzle. And the details on the flow are simulated because you have a Bernoulli formula where total pressure is a static pressure that is applied on the sides of the flow plus dynamic pressure that is applied by the flow, and so is proportional with the square of the velocity and the air density. That's a function of temperature. So this is how it was simulated near the table material. You have the table wood and the thermal insulator, and you have the temperature that you apply on it. This is detail on the block diagrams I already presented, but here is the main parts. Ultrasound nebulizer applied to heat pump creates virga, and that takes the exhaled air down. And if a person is sneezing, a puff gun applies two pulses that interfere and creates a single puff that stops aerosol emitting during coughing at the boundary level. Inside the hot air curtain that will take all the products and drive them out of the table. And of course ultraviolet is a safety measure, and here is how the cold air is refurbished and sterilized and heated up and applied to make that nozzle, that air jet I presented you. And here you have a policy. You can reuse because it's almost clean and is safe, or you can simply exhaust because it's about 1 kilojoule per cubic meter and Celsius. You have to pay for exhausting a gas. This is details on modulus, where you have the intake, the heat pump, cooler, and the fan that creates virga effect and push it down, and is collected under the seat, reprocessed, and shoot it up balanced as heat curtain, hot air curtain that makes a double protection. And the UV curtain that is a third layer of confinement, and you have a upper flow underneath is a technology compartment, as well as a phased ceiling where above is another part of the technology compartment. The safety of this system is about 100 decibels, and with it you can create conference table made of these modules 90 degrees. You can create a 4-seat table with a robotic delivery in a sterilized duct for a food shuttle, and you may create various configurations like this one in a restaurant, or if you have a 60-degree prism, you may make 6-seat table and another configuration. The safety goes up to minus 100 decibel, so good enough for assuring the events at the table and protecting each other. This is a table for two with the same environment. The parameters of the entry air, 25 Celsius, 40% humidity, and turbidity inside, and then you apply negative pressure to suck the air in a fan, you heat it up, and apply the hot air curtain. And you have here a negative buoyancy, air is heavy, while here you have a positive buoyancy. And the pressure here is higher than the atmospheric pressure, lower, higher, and lower. And this is a 2C table where you can combine a hot air curtain with a solid screen like a semi-wall or a transparent foil that allows a better separation of the environments. Here is what we do for large holes, and where the used air is taking out, and we insert fresh air from the bottom because it's cheaper, instead of using this complex system that uses cooled air insert in the center and hot air around the chairs with ultraviolet nearby. So this reverse flow is a solution for large gatherings as amphitheaters, theaters, arenas, for stadium and stuff like that. And this is a bar sitting with the same principle and is safe enough. It delivers minus 50 decibels, while this single flow is delivering only minus 40 decibel, but still good enough if you wear the other protective suit. And ultra safe is for this application where you have both air flows and UV. Advanced lung lavage system is among the first patent on its kind because it uses the knowledge and technology from a flight simulator, and it replacing the cockpit seating with the control panels with a hospital bed, aiming to wash perfectly the alveoli inside lungs alveolar cavities by turning the patient in all the position in order to wash all the walls and make the drainage of the solutions out as using the gravitational force. This is a flight simulator. It is an articulated arm, very strong, able to carry a ton and move it with acceleration, riding on the rails and moving up and down to simulate almost all the inertial effects, where it is a cockpit with the simulating the real airplane with the screens and the control panels. This installation was designed for the schools and gaming, where somebody can drive models, air models, like drones, and perform simulating the performances of any type of airplanes by being trained by the computer and being everything played remote via internet with the public watching the pilot and having the pilot wearing a biomedical data acquisition system to monitor its parameter, and it measures the blood pressure, the temperatures, the air flow and breathing, taking good observation of the pilot. But and this is subject of the patent 2017 0148 340A1, where is a cockpit with a mobile system. The changes for medical application was to replace the cockpit, the seat with a bed, having a hydrostatic flotation of the patient that enables us to rotate without putting more force on the patient, who is like in neutral buoyancy, have the articulated arm, but will not move this on the gantry and will stay fixed. And here we have Lava solution for intake and for output, and everything is under computer control, performing the movement and all the procedures under quality assurance. Exposed business protection system. With the presentation before, I ended up the presentation of advanced protection system, and that was patented. Now we had these businesses that are dealing directly with the patient, like medical services, beauty salon, shops, gym rooms. And we need to protect the medical offices barbar to become and prevent them becoming super spreaders. And the virioli are traveling in water droplets, a sub-micron size and completely airborne. They can stay there for a month. And you have the result of the exhaling from a respiratory system that has nasopharyngeal particles, tracheobronchial particles, alveolar particles that are inhaled by the other person. And the COVID protection tips are childish, are insufficient, are addressing to an undereducated population. Just wear a mask, sneeze in your elbow, keep the distance and stay safe is not enough in this environment, and that was not told. Well, another part is that socialization in real term means washing each other and spraying with the spit and taking a bath in each other's spit and sharing all the particles inside. Well, if it has virus, the virus will get out and will share. So aerosols coming from cough and sneeze are traveling different directions, and only the big particles over 50 microns are falling down in these distances. But also, breathing inside the room, it will put all the aerosols inside and are waiting there for a week or two for somebody to come in and inhale them. These are some pictures in medical shops where need airflow control. And 1% up to 50% of exhale virioli are passed through the mask, and they go on the surface and from there away in the room. And need to enhance the protection factor from the actual -5 decibels to at least -40 decibel to keep these guys safe and prevent them being sick and being super spreader, breathing over the clients and making the clients infected with the virus. And applying a ultraviolet sterilizer box is for UV sanitizing is not enough, and we didn't patent this because there is a lot of competition and a lot of advertisement, and in the United States, when it's business, it's free to lie, free to tell everything, and to mislead the customer. So most of the filter sellers uh, have misleading advertisement just to lure the people to buy even they do or they don't do the job. The proposed equipment is made by two filter and two fans. The one takes clean air and apply in a nozzle the flow over the patient face and is collected with the exhalation of the patient and physician into a funnel, sterilized and take outside or reprocessed in the building environment. But it needs a suction box and breeze created by a nozzle, and most of the physicians, inspired theirs in the specialty, are very reluctant of using aerodynamics. So there is a kind of mental insufficiency, and they don't understand the particle aspect, the airborne aspect, and they have a conservatorist attitude, trying to keep the patent comfortable and money flowing. Protection system and efficiency against any other virus or germs. So previously we talked about COVID-19, or also called SARS-CoV-2. That is a big particle, is near to bacteria dimension, having a dimension between 40 to 140 nanometers. But the other viruses are also present. They don't go anywhere. They don't disappear by a miracle. So SARS-CoV-1, Ebola, etc. are present, and these are smaller stuff, 30, 40 nanometers up to 50, that pass through filters much easier, and they are not stopped. For 30 nanometer, N95 mask and personal protection falls from minus 13 decibel down to minus 3 or less, and the rest of protections remain unchanged if you use patented synergistic protection, because they are based on diffusion, air transport, ultraviolet sterilization, chemical stuff. The proposed system terminates any pandemic, and when I talk about proposed system, we talk about the patent application technologies presented above. And the comparative application of protective pandemic control in USA, China, and the proposed is reiterated in order to be well understood. Most simple aspects that appear intricate for Caucasian population is analyzed and try to find the reason, to find the roots of this catastrophe, and what American minds cannot understand and implement, and led to this disaster in the United States, from leaders to believers and the public. Draw some conclusions, and these are thinking low IQ personnel, looking like CDC. Now, does protection system stop any virus like SARS-CoV-1 or Ebola? And influenza viruses are also stopped. It stops CoV-2, it stops CoV-1, Ebola, but here is the problem. The mask and the HEPA filtering efficiency, even for MERV20, the best filtering class commercially used, is falling down at 300 nanometers and falls down to about 10% at 200 nanometers, and at 30 nanometers is 5-10% efficient. So basically 95% of these viruses are passing through. So filter is not the real stopper, may not provide any efficient protection. And if the filter is impregnated with salt and chemicals antibacteriological, it may provide some protection in spite this as a ratio. This is N95 microscopic images in the structure showing it at ratio versus an COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-1 influenza virus that is 30 nanometer large versus 100 nanometer large, but the spaces are 300, 400 nanometer large. And when it comes in a water droplet and goes into salty crystals, the water droplet melts the salt, and the salt releases negative chlorine and hydroxide and positive natrium and hydrogen that attack the spikes of the virioli, and when it dries, the salt recrystallizes, trapping inside the virioli. That is might be dead, but is sealed inside the salt grain. Even if it's removed from here, a P100 is able to retain it. Well, this is for short how the synergistic protection and holistic protection behave to smaller virioli, while the mask is known that they fall 10 decibel and makes almost no protection. The principle of stand tall, inhale air above and exhale air down gives that minus 10 decibel protection. And these people breathing here have a protection better than 20 decibels because they use this diffusion-based protection plus their system and sterilizer and intake filters. I told you the filter by itself for the dust not work, but the chemical filter and UV works and is applied here. And finally, an individual protection may drop from minus 45 to minus 25 decibels, having these respirator drops. The building remains as efficient as before with a little drop of minus 50 decibels in HEPA air filters, usually MERV greater than 14 but not 20. And the downward there is remain in protection almost unmodified, and so does UVC light. And this is also an effective tool and provide a minus 50 decibels. So combine this to this, you'll get 95 decibels instead of 100, 110, and with this you'll get even more, up to 130, 140 instead of near to 100. Well, in these conditions, the system we propose terminates any pandemic and is doing that by blocking the respiratory cycle, breathing out, breathing in, and transmitting the virus, and that it's applied for any type of virus or virioli or germs. Here you are again, the protective controls hierarchy and the radar of protective controls. And this is similar to a control board, like a sound equalizer, where you push each control to the desired value, like this one. And if you push it here over 40%, it will terminate the pandemic, while if you keep it lower, it will allow pandemic to thrive and multiply, the R factor being greater than 1 inside this circle, except this control that are virtual and the action is in reverse, so the higher they are, the more damaging they are. And this is how the control function for these 21 parameters operates, is the rate of reproduction of the virioli as a function of time, depends on the initial number, and the relationship of the 21 parameters, where is a function of control each control position and time, minus another function of control position and time for each type of parameter. So moving on this equilateral hyperbola, placing the control in various positions, one may affect the multiplication rate, and that is what the adjustment of this control is doing. So in our proposed version, we see that we paid attention to all the transmission issues. We don't pay too much attention to pass-through skin, because skin is already a filter and is some protection here, and only a few percent of transmission is really due to touching the virioli and skin contact. And then we didn't apply the social distancing and closing economy, because the reason for doing that technology protection is just not to do that. And we have no attention given to the virtual parameters and vaccine. So the surface of this radar device coverage shows the competence factor of each country. Say, in the United States, the competence calculated level resulted to be less than 15%, while in China, it seems to be a little bit more than 75%. The proposed protective in green, this is China in blue, and this is green, is about 80%, because we also try not to be ideal too much, but to be reasonable and effective, and to do the work. And this is a control like a reactor, nuclear reactor control, where you move the control rods and determine the criticality, and it depends on all the positions of these controls. All these controls here have been forgotten or deliberately ignored by the United States, giving these ghost hunting radar systems that drift to the big disaster that happened now in the United States. Well, simple aspects of the mask, well documented by many studies, not only Atlantic University in Florida, but also studies starting since 1960, shows that, and this was a well-known subject. But nobody explained to American people that wearing the mask is a safety procedure, and you use the same as you are using the light beam to a car, and you control by the mask the length of your speed. Also, here is a diagram where it shows the efficiency of the mask, how they are worn by the population, versus the amount of people applying this knowledge about wearing the mask. So US managed to put himself in a position where to have enough contamination rate, and very few wearing the mask, while very few countries placed themselves here, where almost all the population follows the rules, and that is China and New Zealand. But in the US, due to the fact that the mask was not worked well, and not everybody wears the mask, the pandemic thrived. And this is what American minds cannot understand. You saw it at the beginning. I show it now again because now you have more knowledge and you'll be able to understand this figure. This is mask leakage, but with a mask or without a mask, a person needs to breathe the same amount of air. So the exhalations are the same, and they remain in air even if the person is not there, waiting for another person to pass and breathe into it. Inhale that air containing virioli. Americans have not been told that masks are filters and don't retain all. They have been told that N95 is the ultimate mask and is doing like magic, and they don't need to take them because they don't need them, but ignore the basic aspects of if he's asymptomatic, if he feels healthy, and shares without his knowledge a lot of virioli in the air that can propagate. And to stop that, you need building currents to go downwards from the vent to a return vent. And the ideal will be something like this, like a clean room environment. Well, conclusions. Here is the difficult part. So we have several types of conclusion. Let's start first with the conclusion about the protective system that was totally ignored by Europeans, Americans, and mainly by Caucasian race. And the conclusions I showed you with pandemic control protection set after the green curve, any pandemic may be stopped in less than 1 month from the start. So what one have to do is to implement when pandemics occurs, when the first infections are detected, to implement this protective equipment to be worn consecutively by the community affected, not the entire country, but only that region that detects, and control the boundaries and protect the personnel so everybody will stay safe, and in 3 weeks the pandemic, even if started, is terminated, and in 6 weeks is almost over. Now pandemic, the stop of pandemic takes 3 weeks. And to implement such a system costs about $200 per capita, but represents less than 1% from the actual losses with the pandemic that inflict. So at United States level, if 100 billion economic incentive to produce the protective system were done, it might save $6 trillion and about 40 million from infected and 500,000 from deaths. The system is not disposable because an investment in a safe future, it has to be distributed, appropriately stored and maintained. As in all time of the Cold War or chemical war, everybody had a gas mask in house, even a gas mask for kids, stored in their closets. So we have to store this protective equipment and be ready for use each time an airborne chemical, bacteriological, viral threat occurs, and that will give the real protection. The system have to be worked coherently and consistently by the entire community until the threat is eliminated. And that doesn't matter what is the bacteriologic threat is COVID, COV1 or COV2. It takes about the same time, 6 weeks, from 2 weeks to 1 month. And you saw that due to protection, sloppy protection against COVID-19, the other viruses like influenza almost disappeared. In other cases, in agreement with the particularities of the threat, so you may have chemical accidents, nuclear accidents, environmental and all the stuff. And the community has to control the safety of the transit through its borders. That means something done human and civilized, not like in American style, as you see in the southern border. The system by itself does not solve the threat. It just buys time to keep people safe in order that other methods as medical, chemical to be used in synergy in order to eliminate the threat and return to normalcy. If one pays attention and understands the subject described here, for sure will find means to protect himself or herself and stay safe. And that was the main purpose. We published so many papers, and if everybody ignores scientific papers and books, we patented the technology. But we don't believe that United States patents worth anything. Well, American deception and incompetence is an unpleasant subject, an inconvenient truth, but if we love the truth, we need to talk about it because truth now is anti-American. In 2020, warning our blind, deaf, and ill-advised elected leaders. So, no, initially we believe that it's a Republican fault. So we ignore Republicans in power that were members of gang of Trump, and we address the Democrats. And it was of no avail. Both type of leaders, after they need you only when they need your money, but after they become in power, they insulating themselves in an ivory tower and don't want to hear anything from you. Just in 2 or 4 years, they need your money again and your vote, and that's all the relationship. All the rest are for themselves. So COVID-19 was a disaster in the United States and was what US fully deserves and paid for. It's a very strong statement. I have no pleasure to make it, but unfortunately it's true. And I want to be a wake-up signal for United States, for population. This because if they don't wake up, there'll be another incident they will pay dearly for. Another blatant example of incompetent greediness in hypocrisy one may see in 2021 Texas outrages. It's a Republican state. They pay allegiance to the cheapest and cheating full cost policies, and they try to steal their population. A search for deep roots of the causes of the disasters in the US will be presented, but it's a much larger subject, and many studies have to be developed to fully understand the American mind and the great failure in this nature exam. How do you survive the climate challenge if we failed in front of a 100 nanometer nanomachine? We have all the knowledge, but we keep electing leaders who strive to ignore it based on tweets, lies, demagoguery. We discount science and muffle scientists in the truth. And that is some examples of our leaders listening to electors and science, considering the citizens' needs, and is elected, doesn't care. And for incompetence, they want to compensate by the mutual assured destruction and to use nuclear weaponry in order to get international advantages for the current failure. We just failed COVID-19 exam and lost world leadership, but we may nuke them and be the leaders of destruction. Well, as I told you, as one with military education and knowledge, cooperating and being trained to protect life and protect the team and the life of any person, even the enemy, I was highly disturbed by what happened, knowing that this will be a high price if it's not treated accordingly. So since January, February, I warned the Chinese about the use of cell phone technology in GPS tracking corroborated with image automat recognition and Wi-Fi connectivity in order to detect exposures in advance and apply quarantines and medical treatment. Getting positive answers, they thanks and they apply it, and it showed. I tried to convince some friends in medical shop owners about the need to protect themselves, and from about 40, only one accepted the knowledge and applied protection. But after he gets scared of the New Jersey's death rate and personal experience, very sad experience. His mom was my friend too, and I was also affected by that. Well, in February, we tried to apply to our community leaders, persons I know for years, that didn't credit it and didn't promote the idea of applying protection. Governors, senators, and representatives, all they were deaf, and they have offices like a kind of trash folders. No answer, just get a letter in and get a very superficial "Thank you letter, we received you, but we are very busy to read, so stay patient and listen to our Pravda publications." So the governor of New Mexico, in spite of her experience, she developed a pit loop, and she considers now that 10 people dead per day and 200 infected is a great goal, and now we are moving to infect the children. The Democratic representatives were deaf too. They just make for show and propaganda, like New York Governor Cuomo, that has something in his mind than real public protection. Michigan Governor and Chicago Mayor, both are deaf. They don't receive emails, they don't read. They ignore science. If you tell it's wrong, you simply drop the ball. Even a Republican advanced leader like Mitt Romney ignored any warning. So that is what Americans paid for. Elections have consequences. Electing these guys is not the smartest idea. Putting only lawyers that are based on talks and demagoguery is not. So they presented in very rose images that with $1 close in the snout and free vaccine, Americans checked their luck at Russian roulette and they paid dearly. They are a bunch of losers. Once elected, a US politician is blinded deaf and all contacts are cut off. They'll contact you again with some demagoguery, showing some legislation, and that is all you can expect from them. So, from local leaders, the state leaders, to United States leaders, all behave in the same way, and that is the root of the big disaster. But initially believing that Republicans are the key of the disaster was the wrong statement. Both and the entire population is guilty for that. Well, COVID disaster in the US, and fully deserve it, it's a sad statement, hope to be a wake-up for who has patience to listen up to this point, and the results are clear. Truth is anti-American. In January 2020, this was not expected. China population is 1.4 billion, United States is 325 million. So a ratio about a quarter. Learning curve was expected. So if China had 80,000 infected, US, if applied the learning curve, may expect only 20,000. In reality, in December 2020, we had 28 millions, and now we have over 30 millions infected. And the fourth wave is coming. It's a kind of never-ending tsunami. China deaths was 4,000. US deaths in the learning curve was expected to 1,000 and less, and that make me upset. I have no words. I'm numb for this number in December 2020 or 550 and counting now, and all the people are waiting for vaccine to do wonders, and that is due to maybe 50 years of decade but exceptionally praised education, politics, dominant, arrogant attitude, disrespectful for science and truth, and maybe that the root could be the disintegration of Soviet Union that push United States out of compass. Well, another example of hypocrisy and malmanagement is Texas. Is also a lot of perversity and greediness involved in the way they pass the weather exam. A few days of cold put out of power all their overpraised greed. And they say they are cheaper, they were not, they are efficient, they say they were not. So everything was a bunch of disinformation, and this is how they performed in COVID-19, and is the same how they performed in electricity, in power providing. Well, a search for the deep roots of the cases in US disaster, in Texas outrage, is difficult, is unpleasant. You make statements that you never imagine that you'll ever make. And you see, education seems to be the first, because American mind, most of the leaders, Republican, Democrats, Independents, or simple people, educators, dentists, physicians, shop and hotel owners, fail to apply protective measures even after they have been explained. They cannot connect simply the dots. and they learned, they spit the knowledge, and they forget it. All the time, an actual student is a first-year student and have to explain him everything from the third grade above. Deception and perversity is associated mainly to political actors and news organizations, social media, that promoted the campaign of scare and disinformation, whereas the lack of education of receiver amplifies the consequences. And I showed you in the introduction the faces of the criminals who promoted the indifference against COVID, the arrogance against wearing masks, and developed fictitious and ghostly controls. Greediness is present at some business owner and political leaders, as well as medical corporation, vaccine, as a being big business in billions, while relief and support for population was overconditioned, and the interest for small business leaning democratic was low. So vaccine was a big business. It will be year by year business, never good enough, but all the time to do something, to be vaccinated periodically, because it's a business in trillions. Hypocrisy and demagoguery starting to be a national character definition because of political and economical leaders' behavior is transmitted down to ordinary people that tend to approve and imitate. Usually the words doesn't match the facts of these people, and that is seen from international politics to internal politics, even to advertisement and ordinary people attitude and behavior. Immorality and corruption is a common fact of day-to-day life, manifested in almost all actions done under the umbrella of humanitarian goals, but ending with despicable outcomes. Trump and COVID reveals the real American persona with all its despicable features. This is something very hard to explain, but taking in account recent events of Gaetz and his deception, and as political leaders in the House and the Senate with the opposition to do anything to develop United States and move forward is no wonder. Decay in Western industrial world is obvious, developed on confrontational predatory principle remained unhinged after 1989 when Soviet bloc failed and was dismantled, and creating its virtual reality with overpriced education and society with an economy based on services and no manufacturing, completely unprepared for the climate change and for another consequences of challenges from the nature. Is there any reasonable change to recover? That's the main point. How can we recover from this? How can we understand our failures to learn the lesson, the casualties, and the deaths already forgotten? The truth remains anti-American, and no wake up, only vaccines. Well, for me it was disturbing to do all this because I'm confronted with a lot of indifference. I came from a country where we say, let the neighbor's goat die, in order that the neighbor to be as unhappy as poor as we are. In a country where we say, let the neighbor die because we can have his goat and take all the advantages. And so, from the point of view of no one left behind, of care for any Americans that proved to be only political demagoguery, we arrive in a situation of nobody cares about principles, about values, and about the dead American lives, and nobody connects the dots. They don't see the criminals, and the justice is more and more politicized. It's a political and money issue, and Lady Justice is no blind anymore. It smells the dollars. But, as two of our praise scientists said, any fool can know. The point is to understand, and the important thing is not to stop questioning, because if we would have new knowledge, we might get a whole of new world of questions. And I thank you if you had this time span and patience to listen all the presentation.